Ladies and gentlemen, your chairman.
Please be seated, everyone. Right, members, as previously mentioned, we are moving items 13 and 14 up the agenda. So I invite the Council to resolve that the public be excluded for the following item on the grounds that the discussions are likely to involve disclosure of exempt information described in paragraphs 1, 3 and 5 of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972 as amended, and the public interest in maintaining the exemption outweighs the public interest in disclosing the information. I call upon Councillor Bruce Lawton, who will second the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to second the motion. Thank you.
Yeah, so ask him what the purpose is for speaking.
Yeah. Can I ask what your...
Sorry. Can I raise a point of order, section 5.86, which will just allow me to comment at this stage on this report.
Okay, so
What's your point of order?
Say it. Just go for it.
86 is with the consent of the chairman, any councillor may make a brief comment and ask a question designed to clarify a matter which has been raised or indicate where they feel procedure rules have not been followed.
Keep going. Do you want to keep going? Keep going now.
So, Chair, in responding to the request, Chair, in responding to the request for the additional item to be considered, I must draw your attention to the introductory training provided to all members when they first take up membership. The guidance provided refers explicitly to motions. However, I'm assuming that this applies to all business that comes before this chamber. The guidance states that members must be asking the council to make a lawful decision and include apt and sufficient information, in which case is it considered that detailed personal information of this nature needed to be seen in this paper, and secondly, would it have not been better to exclude this kind of information to allow a clear, open and transparent report open to the public? On this basis, I cannot endorse any Labour members, and please consider that we have an actively serving magistrate and justice of the peace in our numbers to proceed with acceptance of this item to be heard today. I'm sure you understand, Chair, the law remains a statutory document for which we must all display the appropriate and necessary regard, and especially figures like ourselves who are in public office. Thank you, Chairman.
We'll deal with that issue when the monitoring officer has a chance to put forward the outline. Jason, did you have a point of order? Or
no, Chairman. I'd like to speak to the motion if this is the appropriate time.
Not at this point. No.
may I explain that?
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Zadrozny. Just to explain, to pick up some of the obvious, difficult and sensitive issues set out in part by Councillor Pringle, the monitoring officer would like to speak to this item to explain in further detail the reason for the exemption, following which the chairman will take speakers, and we've got you first on the list. And did you indicate as well, Tom? Is it a point of order?
Yeah, point of order under the same point of order that Councillor Pringle raised. I am certainly not comfortable that this matter is going to be speaking about in private. I think, as Councillor Pringle eloquently said on behalf of the Labour members, there was much of this report that could have been written in a way frankly taken out a sentence or two that would have allowed us to discuss it in the public manner. I'm a chairman of a number of committees and have read out that same order that Councillor Quigley just read out, and I am not convinced that the public interest in this is outweighed by the private matters. Let's just consider what other bits we exclude the public for. That's finance matters, etc. This isn't
Councillor Hollis, there's danger
so
of you
I don't
moving
feel
into the
comfortable
debate.
that
And
this
if it
is being
goes into
discussed in
private session,
I think it's discussed.
the monitoring officer will clarify all the issues. If anybody else has got a point of order, I'm happy to take it, but we must not start straying into the actual debate itself, because if the decision is to make it a private issue, then we are straying into items that should not be discussed in public.
So let me just... And just to clarify one thing for Councillor Hollis and Pringle, thank you for those points of order. You will, of course, be able to speak again when we get to the debate.
Has anyone else got any points of order before I ask the monitoring officer to introduce the item and explain to us where we are? No? In that case, could I ask the monitoring officer to take us through the course of action?
Colleagues, it would be better if we let the monitoring officer make her introduction, because it will help you, it'll help and inform the debate and make your choice about which way you vote. So the monitoring officer will make an introduction. She'll hand back to the chairman. We have a speaker in Councillor Zadrozny. We will take other speakers. We expect a full and frank debate, and we'll manage that in the normal way.
Can we have a recorded vote, please, Chair?
We haven't got to the vote.
Yeah. So thank you, Councillor Carr. Of course you can when we get to the point of a vote, which may be some time away, but at which point we'll need to see a show of hands. We'll remember you want to do that. We'll come back to it.
Okay, so I was going to give you some information to help you consider this matter. So obviously, from what people have said already, members are familiar with the general process for excluding the public from meetings due to the consideration of exempt information. The proper officer of the council has already determined that the whole report, as members have also referred to, would be exempt on this occasion in light of the personal, financial information and legal advice within the report. But the matter you're considering here is the way in which you're going to debate and consider the matter here. That's what this resolution's about. In order to discuss the exempt information in the report with the public excluded, you're required to make a resolution to that effect, and you need to consider a number of factors, which I'm going to draw to your attention, so that you can decide whether you feel it's appropriate to exercise your powers to exclude the public. You can exclude the public from a meeting during an item of business whenever it is likely that consideration of that item would result in disclosure of exempt information to the public. The various categories of exempt information set out in the Local Government Act, the ones that are particularly relevant to this matter under consideration this afternoon, is information relating to an individual, first category. There are various paragraphs in the report about the appointee and about which their personal details, personal information and personal circumstances are referenced. Some of that has already been in the public domain, so things like the post title, the salary range, and the fact that the council has been in breach of section 116, but some of that personal information and the personal circumstances of the appointees has not been in the public domain as far as we're aware. The second category that I think is relevant for you to consider in making your decision this afternoon is information relating to the financial or business affairs of any particular person, and you could add to that or the county council. Information in relation to the financial business affairs of the appointee is contained in the report beyond the basics in terms of things like salary range, which have already appeared in the press. So, but some is in the report which has not been in the public domain, again, as far as we know. In terms of legal advice, you'll see that a large proportion of the report concerns advice on legal issues. Indeed, the our counsel and our own in-house lawyers were instrumental in writing the report. As far as we understand it, none of that's in the public domain, but you may know different to me. If you think, and that's the first test, is the information exempt? If you think of that any of the above information is likely to be discussed during the meeting, then subject to the public interest test, it would be exempt information. If you decide there is exempt information within the report, and we go on to the second test, which I think Councillor Hollis has already referenced, which is the public interest in disclosing the exempt information and whether it outweighs the public interest in not disclosing it. So the main factor to consider in favour of keeping private information which relates to an individual or their personal, financial or business affairs is the expectation that individuals would want information about their private life and their financial affairs to remain private unless they chose to put it into the public domain. I've spoken to the appointee who's referenced in this report. That is not their wish for their public and personal their details and financial details to be in the public domain. So they've not made that choice. The council would not, I can speak from the experience of being the former head of HR, the council would not normally place information about a staffing matter of this nature into the public domain, and certainly not in this level of detail. And as part of our contractual arrangements with our employees and our arrangements with the unions, our staff expect that their personal information will be kept confidential by the council. They may even, you might want to argue there, that we've got a legal obligation to do so. The main factors making this information public, I think, has been referenced, that the general interest in open government, and as part of this, the freedom of the press and others to report on and discuss the affairs of the council. A Section 5 report is a rare occurrence, I haven't written one before, whose purpose is to make members aware of a significant matter relating to a breach of the law. There's clearly a strong public interest in open governance where a local authority accepts it's made a mistake, and that's reflected by press interest in this matter, and therefore very careful consideration needs to be given to the reasons for maintaining an exemption. The factors favouring keeping legal advice private are that the law gives strong protection to the principle that people and organisations are entitled to obtain legal advice in the expectation that it will be given in confidence and its disclosure cannot be required except in rare circumstances. People and organisations need to be able to take legal advice in confidence without fearing that it would be disclosed. We take a firm line as a council to in respect of legal privilege, and it's we're quite strict in how we apply that in terms of how preventing the advice being used to the detriment of the council. There is a lot of legal information in this report. The factors in favour of making the legal advice public are again the general interest in open government and freedom of the press and others to discuss and report on what the council's saying. The other factor to consider in respect to the legal advice is that the legal advice in this report is very detailed, very specific in relation to the circumstances of this individual case which relates to the employment of an individual. It's not general legal advice about our role as a highways authority or something like that. It's very specific about the impacts on the individual and the authority. So before you vote on the resolution to consider whether to exempt the public, you need to consider these and any other factors that you think relevant to determine whether the information is firstly exempt and then determining the public interest in the information and whether to exclude the public and the press or to allow the meeting to continue in open session. And that's what this is about. You're just determining now whether we proceed in closed or open session. The final thing I'm just going to say to you is that I'd remind you that we're in open session now, so in discussing this item, it would not be appropriate, and you should take care not to disclose any of the exempt information that is in the report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I have Councillor Zadrozny indicated he wishes to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Chairman, and I thank the monitoring officer for that. There was a part there where she did talk about the authority taking legal advice, But I'm afraid we've requested to see that council's advice and not been shown it. And I think it's a real detriment to members to be having to make this decision without the benefit of the detailed council's advice, or indeed how much the council spent on hiring that QC. The exclusion of the public notice listed in this agenda item states that the item will include information relating to an individual, information relating to financial or business affairs of any particular person, and information in respect of which a claim to the legal professional privilege could be maintained in legal proceedings. In challenging this and the suggestion the public interest maintaining the exemption outweighs the public interest in disclosing the information, I wish to make the following points. The information relating to Councillor Rostance's employment is already in the public domain and has been reported
Councillor
in the
Zadrozny,
meeting.
you've already swayed into the motion.
I haven't, Chairman. I haven't. It's on all the TV channels and press. That's not exempt. Pardon?
Carry on, Councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. It's already reported within the media, and therefore there are no grounds not to discuss this in public. The finances and the salary of this role, the executive officer to the Conservative group, is publicly available information and is listed on this council's website under a job posting, and therefore his salary is not sensitive information. The finances involved in the position is also taxpayers' money, and taxpayers in Nottinghamshire should know how their money is being spent. The fact that Nottinghamshire County Council hired a former county councillor into an officer role 6 months after ceasing to be a member, therefore breaking Schedule 116 of the Local Government Act 1972, which is incidentally the same act in which the county council is seeking to make this item exempt, it states this cannot happen until after 12 months. It is in the public interest and should not be discussed in private. The circumstances involve the council breaking a law designed to prevent these circumstances from happening, and the public should be privy to any discussions in this matter. It should not be hidden from public sight when the council has broken the law and standards. Councillor Rostance remains an elected member of a local authority on Ashfield District Council, and therefore remains subject to scrutiny from the public about both his roles inside and outside his elected position. And given the issues with central government and the House of Commons recently voting to rewrite rules and standards on ethics and second roles of elected officials, it would be improper of Nottinghamshire County Council to consider a situation such as this in private. Holding the item behind closed doors would only add fuel to the fire on allegations of sleaze in the country's politics and would severely damage the reputation of the authority. In exploring Section 12A of the Local Government Act 1972 from the point of view of freedom of information, the Information Commissioner lists the following as reasons why information should be in the public domain, many of which apply here. 1. Furthering the understanding of and participation in the public debate of issues of the day. 2. Promoting accountability and transparency by public authorities for decisions taken by them. 3. Promoting accountability and transparency in the spending of public money. And 4, allowing individuals to understand decisions made by public authorities affecting their lives and, in some cases, assisting individuals in challenging those decisions. Meredith Cook, in her 2003 study, Balancing the Public Interest, identified a number of these tests for public interest, several of which apply here. These include the public interest in disclosure being particularly strong, where the information in question would assist public understanding of an issue that is subject to current national debate. In this case, it relates to current national debates around issues of politicians having second jobs, issues of governments rewriting or breaching rules, and politicians following due process when it comes to their second jobs outside of elected office. Therefore, Mr Chairman, there are a number of serious sections of the Local Government Act which show that this clearly should be held in public. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Just picking up something that Councillor Zadrozny has said, I find it particularly ironic that the ruling group is using Schedule 12A of the very same Act that they have breached Section 116 from. I think that's absolutely astounding. I shan't go into the details that Councillor Zadrozny went to, but you would have thought, Mr Chairman, that after the last few weeks in politics in this country, you would have thought that the Conservative group on this council would have swayed away from accusations of a cover-up. And that's what this is going to seem like to the people out there, a cover-up. And I have to say this, how dare you put councillors like myself, and in the Labour groups, and in the Independence Alliance, and in your own group, and also Councillor Garda, in the position of having to vote for something that is illegal. Vote for something that is explicitly illegal in the Local Government Act 1972. How dare you put us in that position?
Yeah. Can we calm down a little? Councillor Girling, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Mine's more for clarification, really, and I just think I want to make the point as well that our staff need to have the confidence that we're not going to start talking about their personal details in public, and I think it'd be a slippery slope if we start doing that today. However, can the monitoring officer just confirm, please, that if we was to vote today to have this as an open session, would that put us in a position where we could be challenged by the person this is talking about in terms of his privacy, and that could actually put us in more trouble than we're in now?
Yeah, there's potentially some of...
Sorry, can I ask you to clarify that point?
Sorry. Some of that's contained within the report in terms of the challenges, some of the challenges that the individual, the appointee, would have against the council is set out in the report. I would just say as well that I think Councillor Drosny was reading from an email that I received from the local democracy reporter, and that has been considered by our council, and they have responded to that and given us legal advice, and they were very confident that we would, if members made that decision after considering all the facts, that we would be able to go into closed session, but it's a matter for members.
Thank you. Councillor Creamer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just to go along question Councillor Girling and the reply there, in the respect that 116 to come back 1972, it is quite clearly, specifically there, illegal, and you are asking us to do something on that. Now, whether it's in open session or closed session, whatever the outcome of that, we're putting something right. Now, if we put it right and it's against to the detriment of that individual has every right to it. We shouldn't actually try and sidestep that regardless. We should do the right thing. And if that takes us a step that way, and we have to do something right again because we've made the cock up, job done. This is the issue we're about. What he does, or oops, I shouldn't have said that person does, that's up to them. And I would probably support them, knowing what's in the report. But we've got to do the right thing. Going closed session is not helpful. It's not open to the public. It's actually going against what we've just decided on page 88 of the new plan. Colleagues in central teams, so yeah, teams, so we're in the same group, we work in lawful and transparent way. And the first thing we're doing is ask not to. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Councillor Creamer. Councillor Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A person shall, so long as he is, for 12 months after he ceases to be a member of a local authority, be disqualified by appointed or elected by that authority to any paid office, other than to the office of chairman or vice chairman. Sounds pretty clear cut to me, Chairman. And I'll tell you something, I don't know about anybody else, but I might just use my mobile phone while I'm driving on the way back if we're just going to ignore Acts of Parliament. You know, as far as I'm concerned, breaking the law is breaking the law, no matter what Act of Parliament it is. And the reason why I feel uncomfortable excluding the press and public in this matter is, and I appreciate why it's uncomfortable for you, Mr. Bradley and Mr. Smith, having worked with this person in the office, which we can name because it's in the press, that bit's not excluded. And I'd understand why you want to hold this behind closed doors. because of your friendship with him, and I understand that you want to look after him. And you know something? I really feel sorry for the position you've put Councillor Shaw's family in this, in almost making him feel guilty because his political ideas were chosen over this person in question. And sorry to the people of Hucknall West that they chose Councillor Shaw over this person. These are the kind of things that we should be discussing in this place. And why can't we discuss it? And the Act of Parliament, which is statutory law, which is exactly the same kind of Act of Parliament, which bans mobile phones, bans murder, bans pickpocketing, bans all those things, and sets the laws of this country so we can all hold ourselves to the standards. Yet we're advised by the monitoring officer, which a question will become in monitoring officer in the same way Councillor Girling's asked. We're being asked to outweigh the law because of a different law, employment law. Because while I feel for this person who's been set on in good faith, potentially, the laws are still the law. And truthfully, the person I feel most for in this is Justice of the Peace, sat in the Labour group. You know, we've got somebody who's upholding the law. And now we're asking to break it. Because the laws are the laws. And I feel very uncomfortable. I feel very uncomfortable excluding the press and public because as far as I'm concerned, the debates that we're going to have on this matter should be heard word for word. And I appreciate your loyalty, Mr Bradley, and it's admirable. And I wish I was one of your friends. But what you're putting yourself through as a friendship is upsetting.
Councillor Bradley, I think you've indicated a point
so
of
my
order.
question to the monitoring
Councillor
officer.
Hollis.
Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor
Can I just
Bradley.
clarify? There's a number of members now who have said, and I hope the monitoring officer, I'm sure, will confirm if needed, that we are asking the council to break the law. That is not the case. The law has been broken. We all accept the law has been broken. Officers, the council has held their hand up and said that. What we're asking of the council to do in this debate is to consider how we rectify that in the best possible way. We are not asking about the breach, which has already happened and which we cannot undo. We are asking about solutions. And in that way, we are not asking anybody to vote to break any law whatsoever. So let's just make that absolutely clear.
Okay. Well,
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Hollis, can you stick to the point that we're discussing, and that is the exclusion of the public? There is a danger, and we're already starting to do it, of entering into the debate that we may decide to hold with the exclusion of the public or not. That is still to come. But if you keep to the point that we're debating at the moment, then that is the exclusion of the public before we go on to the debate.
Thank you, Chairman. And I understand why the leader probably is slightly agitated to exclude the public in that way. But the reality is we are currently within those 12 months of exclusion from a past member. And the whole point, we have those 12 months, is
You're doing it again, Councillor Hollis. You're straying into the debate.
Is to stop undue influence of breaking the law. My question to the monitoring officer, Chairman, would be, will members be asked in a later report to outweigh employment interests in favour of not breaking the law because we may be taken to High Court? Thank you.
I have to say I think that's a matter for the main discussion myself. The advice I have had from the council is that the actions we are asking you to take are lawful in that main report. Because clearly, I think has already been said, I couldn't ask you to do something that was unlawful, and I wouldn't ask you to do something that is unlawful. But I think the detail of that we need to discuss in the main report.
Right, thank you. Thanks for that point of clarification. And could I call Andre Camilleri to speak?
Chair, just a quick one. We're in this discussion now, but we've got to remember that you're actually talking about a person who's got a family, who's got a reputation. He's got a reputation. It's not his fault. You're getting him out in the press. It's going to be difficult for him in the future if this happens the case. We've got to respect his life, his family, and not just for the sake of grandstanding to make cheap political points.
Point of order,
and
Chairman,
getting on.
personal clarification.
This man has got a life. This person's got a life to lead, and you can't keep doing this.
Point of order, personal clarification, Mr. Chairman. just to be clear, it wasn't me or our group, or I don't think anybody here who put the gentleman's name out in the public domain. The county council emailed round all contacts outlining that the post holder was now in post and introducing to everybody. The county council did that, not us. So we're not in any way trying to compromise him. It went public by NCC.
Thank you for that point, Councillor Zadrozny. Councillor Camilleri, have you finished, or you have your point to ask?
Yes,
or
but I
make?
stand by what I said. We're talking about a person, not a thing. It's his life. He's got to carry on after this. Thank you.
Can I just ask that people respect the process of this meeting? People who get up, I invite to get up and speak to a motion. We expect them to be given the courtesy of being heard and not mutterings in the background and shouting from other members. And I'm not talking about any particular side of the House. I'm talking about both sides. So let's please proceed with this business. It's a serious matter. Let's proceed with it with courtesy and understanding to both parties. Steve Garner was next, I think.
Thank you. I have to stand up, you know. Thank you for that. Could I have a seconder to go straight to the motion and change it? Yeah, a vote. Can we go straight to the vote, please? No seconder? Can we have 10? 10?
With respect, I think this is an important issue, Steve, and I don't think it would be appropriate to move to the vote when we've actually got more speakers who wish to speak about this important matter. And it is my discretion as to whether we move to the vote or not. And I think on this occasion I'm inclined to let the remaining speakers speak before we do so. But I don't want to be here all day talking about exclusion of the public. So
Yes, but if we go to the vote and you do a vote, we'll be talking anyway, either one way or the other, won't we, after the vote is took?
Steve, it's at my discretion, and I've ruled no.
Okay.
We will continue with the debate and then move to the vote. Thank you. Councillor Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you for what you've just said in allowing the debate to continue. Some of the reasons I don't think really explained on this side is that we believe that within the exempt item there is information which could have been completely left out. Completely left out. And would not have made any difference and would have been able to have a debate in the public part with a decision probably because of the legal advice contained, because I accept that legal advice and the council's advice is confidential. So similar to what we do on property and other matters where we've had a debate in public, and then what we've done is we've gone into the confidential part where we've made the final decision. And I think and that is what we've done. And it could have been done very easily by non-reference to any of the personal details, which actually don't add value to the second report, right? As such, because that's not what it's about. It was about what's occurred, and I think that could have been done with person X, blah blah blah, gone through, and then we could have gone into the debate, and that's where we sit. Secondly, though, what I will say is that there is a view on this side, and I think we'd have to be very, very strongly convinced that you're asking us under the recommendation 2 within the exempt. We believe that there is a possibility there that you're asking us to make a decision which we feel could be. Yeah. So that for us, I've not mentioned any of the content other than item 2. So I've not gone. I've not mentioned anything about. So in our opinion. And that is why, we feel the way that we do. So I think, you've put information in that was not necessary, and I don't understand why it is but in the exempt, unless it's sympathy-based or whatever, it shouldn't have been. It should be purely the fact. And as I say, we believe that on the item, recommendation 2.
Thank you for that point, Councillor Guilfoyle. Can I ask the monitoring officer just to clarify why we didn't take that course of action?
Yep, we clearly considered it very, very carefully. We took extensive legal advice. Council's advice is, if you are to consider this matter under Section 5 of the 1989 Local Government and Housing Act, you need to consider all the relevant factors in doing so. That's a requirement of you before you reach a decision about what to do. A relevant factor, which Council says you absolutely have to consider in there, is the impact on the individual, the appointee. So the legal advice I've had, it directly contradicts your view that we shouldn't have put that in there. It was absolutely crystal clear that needs to be in there, and I need to give you that information to enable you to discharge your obligation under Section 5 of the 1989 Local Government and Housing Act, which is what I've done.
Thank you for that, Councillor Michael Payne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And can I just start by saying, commend you on the way in which you've conducted this debate. The whole purpose of there being provision for a debate about this issue in this chamber is because the decision we're being asked to take now about whether we should go into exempt and closed session or not is a serious issue. The monitoring officer, I think, said that, to quote her, in her elucidation at the beginning. And let me also say thank you to the monitoring officer for setting out, I thought very, very clearly, I don't know why we've had a to and fro throughout the debate as we had, because I think very carefully the monitoring officer set out the risks and the considerations that need to be taken as we have this debate about whether we should go into closed session or not. So let me just say this. It's deeply regrettable, I think, that in the debate thus far there have been references to the subject of the exempt report. Because in my view, and this is the conclusion that I have reached, I think that information was superfluous to the decision that we may or may not be asked to be made on the basis of whether we choose to go into exempt closed session or not, and we'll be having that vote shortly. I think it's done nothing for the credit of this authority that we've got into a tete-a-tete about somebody's individual circumstances. And let me just say this, I support Councillor Guilfoyle's point in having read the report, and I'm not going to make reference to the individual issues, but I think there is information in there that, in my view, and it is a view that I've come to with careful consideration, I've read the report several times, is superfluous to the substantive decision that we may or may not have to make. And let's just be clear about this point, and I think Councillor Bradley was right earlier to challenge on this point, and I'm going to quote the monitoring officer here in what she said. The loose language about breaking the law and other things, I think, is straying into a dangerous place. But the monitoring officer was very clear in saying the reason we have potentially a Section 5 report here being considered is because it's a serious matter concerning a breach of the legislation. I don't think anybody is questioning that. And for me, we wouldn't have had to have the detail that I think is superfluous in the report we may or may not consider if there hadn't been a breach. And I do think I wouldn't be doing my job as an elected county councillor. There is a serious question for the authority, and we're going to have a debate about this, I hope, later on in the debate, about why that breach happened. I'm not going to point the finger. I'm not going to criticise anybody or personally say somebody was responsible. Collectively, we as elected members who are discharged with a legal responsibility as elected members and our statutory officers in this council, I think have to take a long, hard look at ourselves about why a breach has arisen and why we, collectively, have ended up in a situation, and it's been proven at the start of this debate, where unfortunately we've slipped into a debate about an individual here, person X. Not even going to reference the gender of the individual, because I couldn't care less what the particular role is, what their political flavour is, what their gender is, where they sit in the authority. Each individual member of staff, as far as I'm concerned, in the county council should be treated in the same way. I have considered all of the issues that the monitoring officer set out, and actually they're highlighted in the yellow pages of our report, the public part of our report, and she went through them very, very carefully. Personal information, financial information, the point about business of the county council, and I think the final one, which I just want to conclude on, Mr. Chairman, the point about legal privilege. And I have come to the conclusion that I can't support us going into closed session for the reasons I've already set out in what I've said, but particularly for the point that, and I think this is very, very, very finely balanced issue, the point about legal privilege, of course, is one that you can't challenge, but I also think on the flip side of the coin, whilst, yes, our staff have to have confidence in legal privilege and the advice that is given by counsel, which I'm sure has been given in good faith, and I've no reason to disbelieve the monitoring officer, members of the public also have to have confidence in the robustness, legality and transparency of our decision making as an authority. And I will just finish by making this point, if I may, as an appeal to the Chamber, Mr Chairman. This is a position that nobody in this chamber, whatever their political colour as an elected member, or the statutory officers that are here to advise us, or you, Mr Chairman, wanted to find themselves in the position of having to take a decision about. So please, can we conduct the remaining part of this debate, and whatever happens next, either in closed session or not, the next part of the debate, with tempered language, and demonstrate that we are taking this issue seriously in the manner with which it is intended. And can I also just appeal, as we come to the vote in a moment, that we pay respect to each other, because I know that everybody in this chamber, as we come to the vote in a minute, about whether we go into closed session or not, on what is clearly a very serious issue, as the monitoring officer said, is a decision that people have arrived at in good faith. And I certainly don't want accusations to be made across the chamber about whether somebody has or hasn't made the right decision. This is a difficult issue. I reread the report several times and tussled with it because of some of the issues that the monitoring officer has raised. So let's debate the rest of the debate with good faith, with good language, and let's show goodwill, whatever the decision that somebody personally as an elected member arises at when we come to the vote, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. That's it. I think that's all that's indicated. No? Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chairman. Just for my own understanding, to the monitoring officer, when legislation has been breached, can you give an example of a precedent set where the local authority have discussed it in private? Thank you.
Precedent.
So, it's not for me to paraphrase, so would you mind asking that again, Councillor Waters? The monitoring officer couldn't hear you.
Yeah, it's just for my own understanding. When legislation has been breached or alleged to have been breached, can you give an example of a precedent set by a local authority when those matters have been discussed in private as opposed to public? Thank you.
I'm not sure I can. I'd have to get your council's opinion. Yeah, I'd have to look into it.
Do you mind, Chairman?
No, carry on.
So I think officers are saying not offhand. They don't have that information in front of them. We will research it after this meeting and come back to you with a written response.
Thank you. Councillor Kerry, you indicated.
Yes, please. Just very quickly, as an elected member who has a very important decisions to make in this chamber, but also as someone with no formal legal qualifications, may I ask that if I were to vote against this motion to exclude the public and press, would I be going against independent legal counsel, and I use that word significantly, if doing advice doing so? Thank you.
Could the monitoring officer cover that point for me, please?
So it's members' decision. So you need to weigh up all the factors, I think as Councillor Payne said, that have set out, and then you need to decide, and it's for you to make that judgment. What you've got to do is consider all the relevant factors, is my understanding of the law.
Thank you. Anyone else before we move to the vote?
Can I raise a point of clarification, Chair, just very briefly? Can the monitoring officer confirm that the only person that can determine what an Act of Parliament stands for is not a council, but the judiciary?
Well, clearly we would take council's opinion and council's advice, but the ultimate way that legislation is tested is in the court of some nature, and that's where case law is built up, like Councillor Waters was speaking to. Yes.
That's it. Right. I think we've covered all the bases. So can we move to the vote now? All those... Oh, sorry. Did you reserve your right to speak, Councillor Lord? No. You've nothing further to add. Sorry about that. Right. We move to the vote then. All those in favour of excluding the public, please indicate by a show of hands. Okay. All those against?
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, members. That's 33 for and 27 against. Could I need a show of hands?
thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you. We move then to a recorded vote.
We have to ring. Sorry, we have to ring the bell.
Yeah. We've got to ring the bell for those members who have left the chamber, if there are any. I don't know. I don't think there are any, but we still have to ring the bell.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. I'm going to call the recorded vote. And remember, you're voting either for or against the exclusion of the public. So I'd like to start, if I may please, with Councillor Adair.
For.
Councillor Adams. For. Councillor Allen. Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Barney. Councillor Barnfather. For. Councillor Bradley. For. Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Callaghan. Councillor Camilleri. For. Councillor Carlton.
For.
Councillor Carr. Councillor John Clark. Councillor, oh, beg your pardon, Neil's absent. Councillor Corden. For. Councillor Cotty. For. Councillor Creamer. Councillor Deakin. Councillor Doddy.
For.
Councillor Eddy. Councillor Elliott. Councillor Fielding. Councillor Fole. Councillor Garner. Councillor Guilfoyle. Councillor Girling. Councillor Gowland. Councillor Henry. Councillor Henshaw, sorry, he's absent. Councillor Hollis. Councillor Introna. Councillor Richard Jackson. Councillor Roger Jackson is absent. Sorry, colleagues. Councillor Kerry. Councillor Lawton. Councillor Lee.
For.
Councillor Martin. Thank you, David. Councillor McGrath. Councillor Meakin. Councillor Moxon. Councillor Ogle.
For.
Councillor Owen. Councillor Payne. Councillor Place. Councillor Pringle. Councillor Purdue Horan. Councillor Quigley.
For.
Councillor Saddington.
For.
Councillor Shaw. Councillor Smith. Councillor Sam Smith.
For.
Councillor Tom Smith. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Turner. Councillor Upton.
For.
Councillor Waters. Councillor Welsh. Councillor Gordon Wheeler. Councillor Jonathan Wheeler. Councillor Daniel Williamson. Councillor Elizabeth Williamson. Councillor Wilmot. Councillor Zadrozny. 7.
Thank you, members. The recorded vote outcome is exactly the same as the show of hands. That is 33 for and 27 against. Therefore, the motion is carried. And I therefore, at this point, will ask that we end the live stream and that once that has happened and the public or officers who are not involved in the meeting have left the chamber, then we will commence the closed session.
you ready for your chairman? Thank you. Chairman. Chairman. Hello, Chairman. Hello. I'll do it again, shall I? Welcome, your chairman.
Fun and games. Please be seated. I think we've been here that long, the batteries have gone.
All the batteries are going.
Yeah.
Come on, settle down. Just get on.
Right, members, can we settle down, please? We've got a lot to get through and only just over an hour and a half to do it. Agenda item 11A, questions to the Nottinghamshire and City of Nottingham Fire Authority. There are none. 10B, questions to committee chairman. As set out in the Constitution, a maximum of 60 minutes is allowed to committee chairman for questions to committee chairman, after which any remaining questions will receive a written response. I would like to remind members that following the change in the Constitution, there will be only one supplementary question, which must be from the member who asked the original, and the supplementary question should be in the same matter and should be in the form of a question, not a statement, and there will be no adjournment debate. There are 12 questions, and I call upon Councillor Bethan Eddy to ask her question.
Thank you, Chairman. Would the Leader provide Council with an update on the progress of talks with the Government on setting up a devolution deal for Nottinghamshire?
Councillor Bradley.
I thought my microphone didn't work then either, Mr. Chairman, but we're all right. Thank you, Councillor Eddy, for your question. Some members will recall that previous attempts to achieve a devolution deal through North Midlands Combined Authority or local government reorganisation have stalled before we've ever been able to deliver on those ambitions. I'm pleased to say currently the work to bring together councils across Nottinghamshire to make that fresh case for devolution of more funding and powers from central government is making rapid progress. It appears to have a far greater chance of success, touch wood. The Prime Minister has stated that devolution deals will be available to county areas who make a strong case and has called for local leaders to work together constructively in a bid for devolution and to deliver the government's levelling up ambition, especially in areas that have been hit hard by the COVID pandemic and have historically missed out on public and private investment in recent years compared with other parts of the country. You only have to have spent 10 minutes in any of our debates ever to recognise that we are one of those places. Nottinghamshire County Council and Nottingham City Council, working with all of our borough and district partners, are preparing the case for the county and city to receive these powers, giving us the opportunity to improve public services and enrich the lives of our residents. We have a shared ambition for more powers and funding that will help boost economic investment, improve the environment, tackle health and educational inequalities across our area. The county and city economy generates more than 2.65 billion in gross value added GVA, with further untapped potential for growth. But in Nottinghamshire and East Midlands, as we've discussed, it's certainly one of those areas that historically has really received some of the lowest levels of funding. And that's why, with the full support of the City of Nottingham and the Nottinghamshire Economic Prosperity Committee, we published in October the Nottingham and Nottinghamshire case for devolution, a summary for our vision for change. I don't intend to list everything that's in it. Members can go and find it and read it for themselves. But I will highlight the 5 key priorities that were identified within it. They are education and skills to improve numeracy and literacy and better support people into quality local employment. They are transport to deliver improved local infrastructure and connectivity. They are the environment, including enhanced and protected blue and green infrastructure, improved flood alleviation and accelerating net zero targets. Land and housing, including delivering more affordable housing, better health outcomes, reducing social isolation, and economy and infrastructure, regenerating our city and town centres, accelerating the delivery of broadband, building stronger partnerships with neighbours like Derby and Derbyshire. And in fact, Mr Chairman, we have added a 6th priority, which is not featured in any other devolution deals elsewhere, but we would like to prioritise, which is about supporting vulnerable children and young people in targeted communities. We're building on the good work that we have been doing as a council, and we are discussing what that might look like with the government presently. There's a major incentive for government to support a devolution deal for Nottinghamshire because this time we have the collective support of all of our borough and district councils. Ashfield, Bassetlaw, Broxton, Gedling, Mansfield, Newton Sherwood and Rushcliffe have all made formal and financial commitments to delivering this piece of work. The County Council, together with the City and those borough and district partners, and all public service agencies across Nottinghamshire are all pulling in the same direction, all involved in writing these documents and creating this bid, which is not always the case with previous devolution attempts. The Council has opened its mind to changing its own governance model to meet the Government's request for a suitably strong system of leadership. And this devolution deal has re-energised the joint City of Nottingham and Nottinghamshire Economic Prosperity Committee, which was established some time ago but now offers an ideal governance vehicle for us to bring this partnership forward. So with the agreement of those authorities, we've expressed interest to Government in being a pathfinder for Nottingham and Nottinghamshire devolution deal. We anticipate that the Levelling Up White Paper will be published before Christmas and will name those pathfinders. So we're working hard to secure Nottinghamshire's place as one of them. The Economic Prosperity Committee has already signed off a plan to release around £500,000 a year from the surplus rates pool of these councils, which is money set aside for the Economic Prosperity Committee to use for economic development, to host a small team of staff to develop the business case proposals, which will come to Policy Committee next week. That's a fund, as I say, specifically set aside for the EPC to use for economic development purposes. And even if we're not named as a pathfinder, we'll still be at the front of the queue for a county deal when the legislation is passed because of the work we're doing as a partnership through the EPC to reform local services and bring benefits in terms of better, more joined-up services. I am not aware of anybody who has made as much progress and put as much into this over the last 4 or 5 months as we have, not just the County Council, but those partners across local government that I have mentioned. Earlier this month, I joined the Chief Executive, David Mellon from the City Council and Councillor Zadrozny in presenting our case to Neil O'Brien, who's the Minister responsible for these deals. It was a very productive meeting with many positive noises about Nottinghamshire's chances of landing such a pathfinder deal. If it comes to fruition through the White Paper, then we'll enter into a period of intense negotiation with Government to clarify exactly what resources and powers we would receive and what will be agreed and be expected to deliver with them. Additionally, we've met other counties part of those discussions, particularly at the CCN conference this week, to talk about shared priorities, how we might collectively talk to Government about those things that are true of all of the people who are still having conversations with Government. We understand that there are 6 councils in the country from nearly 40 proposals who are having these conversations about Pathfinder deals. So, Chairman, where other attempts to secure further money and power from central government have fallen short in the past, often because of a lack of local political consensus, this time we're able to tell ministers that the whole of Nottinghamshire wants to work together to secure this deal. That is indeed a very powerful message. And there are far-reaching plans set to benefit not just our county, but the wider region, with Derbyshire and Leicestershire also being 3 of those 6 that are having conversations with Government. So that gives the East Midlands the potential for a huge boost for our future development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Eddy? No? Thank you very much. Councillor Helen Ann Smith, could you put your question, please?
Thank you, Mr Chairman. My question is very brief today, and it is to the Chairman of the Transport and Environment Committee. The Healdwood estate in Skegby suffers from speeding traffic, with many using the estate roads as a racetrack. Would the Chairman agree to meet on the estate at the earliest opportunity to discuss options to improve road safety in the area? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I call upon Councillor John Ogle to respond on behalf of Councillor Neil Clark.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Smith. Community safety, road safety, are priorities for this council and VIA. The chairman of the committee, Neil Clark, and myself you will be aware that fatalities and injuries on Nottinghamshire roads are reducing year by year on trend. Councillor Clark and myself are aware from speaking with officers that there have been 2 recent speeding complaints regarding Haleswood Street, which is one of the feeder roads onto the Haleswood estate where you've made your point. As members may be aware, Councillor Clark is currently undergoing a hip operation and therefore may not be in a position to conduct a site visit until early next year, but is happy to do so once he is able. Alternatively, as a Vice Chairman of the Transport and Environment Committee, I focus on particularly on highways and transport issues, and I am happy to meet on site with Councillor Smith if she would like this meeting sooner than meeting with Councillor Clark. It's Councillor Smith's choice. Whichever of us attends, we would of course liaise with the District Highways Manager when making these arrangements. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Ogle. Do you have a supplementary?
If I can just come back very briefly, Mr Chairman, I thank you, Councillor Ogle, for your reply, and I would be happy to meet with yourself in Councillor Clark's absence, and of course we wish Councillor Clark all the best in his recovery after his operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Question 3, Councillors Rosney and Councillor Hollis have had to leave for personal reasons. So I then call upon Kate Fowle to ask her question. Question 4.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Okay, so now it's been confirmed that HS2 will not be going to Towton. Will there be a proper and thorough impact assessment to consider the impact of this watered-down plan, what it will have on the local economy in Towton and across Nottinghamshire?
Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Councillor Fowle. Welcome the question because it gives me an opportunity to talk about the IRP again, and I am really pleased with it. But the North and Midlands, plan for the North and Midlands, as it affects our county, perhaps to clarify the point that you made there about Towton as well. So, as leader in Nottinghamshire County Council, and the MP for Mansfield, and of course an advocate for the East Midlands, I welcome the news that HS2 is coming to Nottinghamshire, including East Midlands Parkway Station onto Derby, Nottingham and also Chesterfield will receive HS2 services in the first instance. That's fantastic news. For those who've been involved in the process, they'll know that hasn't always been guaranteed. That is certainly not the position we were in 6 months ago. Others may have higher expectations, but those who've been involved know that to be true. I further welcome the government's commitment to complete the electrification of the Midland Main Line. Hooray! Because we've talked about that to death. And here we are. It has been committed to, and the Secretary of State has said in the Chamber of the House of Commons that work will commence before Christmas on the electrification of the Midland Main Line. The eastern leg of HS2 will run from Birmingham to East Midlands Parkway, around 3 miles from Towton, and the high-speed line will cut the journey from Birmingham to Nottingham from 74 to 26 minutes, which brings the West Midlands into commutable distance, and as I said before, brings that whole economy closer to our region in terms of work and leisure. HS2 won't stop at East Midlands Parkway. It is not the intended destination. Trains will go on to Derby and Nottingham city centres rather than through a Towton hub station. The reason for that is a technical one because of the difficulties of navigating the trowel curve via Towton to get into Nottingham, which would have required additional significant engineering works. The government have always been very keen to join cities together. However, it doesn't mean that the significant plans for Towton have stalled, far from it. The economic case is very well known, and in truth, it's not so much about train lines as it is about being a hub for investment and job creation and for economic growth. The government confirms that it will accelerate transport improvements at Towton, providing a station for local and regional services to be delivered in line with substantial private sector investment that we expect to come forward on the site, and indeed that we've already discussed on that site through the Development Corporation, through a variety of means with a variety of partners. It's likely that that transport package will include a shuttle to operate between Towton and East Midlands Parkway. The integrated rail plan also promises to exploit links with other investment in Nottinghamshire, bringing forward business cases for all sorts of regional connectivity, including committing to road, rail and tram connections for Towton, and both the Maid Marian line and Robin Hood line extensions, which will link some of our most disadvantaged communities in the north of the county into those jobs. Councillors Drosny raised this earlier about, and as did others, Councillor Pringle, about the certainty around those projects. As he knows, Michael Gove confirmed this week that all that is funded and will be delivered. The reason there is limited information in the IRP itself is because the IRP lays out projects of national significance. These are much more local projects, and as I said earlier on, you won't find many local projects listed in the document. I think the fact that ours in Nottinghamshire are in it when nobody else's are is very significant. All this means there should be ultimately more opportunities across Nottinghamshire for residents to board more trains at stations throughout the region. That was the case actually under the previous HS2 proposals, and those train stations on mainline routes will also see investment in contactless ticketing, which will happen throughout the region to improve services and processes for rail users. The proposals for Towton form an ambitious long-term vision for the future of our regional economy, and the IRP seeks to accelerate the East Midlands Development Corporation as a catalyst to unlock sites across Nottinghamshire and the Midlands, and to lever in that private sector investment. It will oversee coordinated developments around Towton, Chetwynd Barracks, Ratcliffe-on-Store Power Station and East Midlands Airport, covering an area the size of 3 Olympic parks, with the aim of creating 84,000 jobs and adding nearly £5 billion to our regional economy, as well as 4,500 more homes. So from a HS2 perspective, the DevCo is our vehicle to deliver at Toton, and the simplified and faster processes it can bring in order to accelerate that delivery are hugely important. The next step is to go away and talk to government and to Michael Gove's department about practically what are the next steps in making that happen, including both legislation and funding, and those meetings are coming together as we speak. Early engagement's been secured with the Department for Transport also, as well as DLUC, whatever it's called now, so that we can move forward with those plans. I'm meeting the Rail Minister very soon, and as I say, we welcome the comments from Michael Gove, saying that all of these projects will ultimately be delivered. To answer Councillor Foll's question directly, of course we'll undertake a proper impact assessment around Toton, find out exactly what these plans mean for the economy in Toton, but the broad picture is already fairly clear. In total, the IRP confirms £12 billion or more, I think it's £12.8 billion of investment in our transport in the East Midlands, with the vast majority of that funding coming to Nottinghamshire, which is really welcome. And although HS2 trains don't run to Toton in the first instance, there are still a number of options as to how we get from East Midlands Parkway to Sheffield, some of which still include HS2 trains visiting Toton. So that's not yet clear. But what this does do is give us the certainty to get started in terms of kicking on with that private sector investment and getting something built. I've personally never known a time when we've been able to welcome an investment of £12.8 billion in our regional transport links. I think you probably have to go back to the building of the M1 to get that amount of money into our regional economy. So for Nottinghamshire and for our economic priorities, that's really good news. And I welcome the fact that we've got some certainty with some of those projects now to kick on and deliver for local people.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Foll, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you. Yes, well done, Ben. No? No?
Twice, didn't I? Sorry, thank you. Okay, so can I just pin you down a little bit here then? I mean, are you saying the mainline station will definitely go ahead at Toton? I understood that it was partly incumbent on private sector funding. So are you saying it's definitely go ahead? If going ahead, if so, it would be nice to see a timescale on that. You said you were going to share plans, okay, with what's going to go on around Toton, given that the situation has changed. How? I mean, how, will there be any resident involvement in the development of that? And one final thing. Do you know what's happening? And I know actually, I think one of your members is chasing this one. What compensation will there be for those on the HS2 route who remain in limbo with no definite idea of whether or when HS2 is going to happen?
Thank you, Councillor Foll. I think on the first point I probably covered, but I'll reiterate. In an ideal world, of course, we would have every scrap of funding for every part of it. We see this very much as the start of unlocking that public investment in Toton. It's not the end. There's much more to do, many more conversations to have. But there are also benefits to seeking that private sector investment. By bringing in finance to the surround area, we can have more control over what is delivered there. And we intend to bring forward the best station designs, competition from around the world, not to settle for something off the shelf or decreed by government. And funding is available. Our development corporation has already had conversations with international investors who are keen to work with us, and the prospect of using retained business rates. There are all sorts of options for us to bring in that private sector investment to Toton. And it's because of the hard work of the council over the last 3 years that we have that development corporation that's ready to go and help us to deliver that. So I'm very positive about that. We have a job to do and there is a process to follow. We need to talk to government and we will secure that investment to get it delivered. In terms of plans, I think most of them are publicly available. Toton Master Plan, access to Toton, I think a lot of that is already around. We intend to deliver that plan, subject to the conversations we go and have with those private investors, with government about the next steps. In terms of uncertainty, I absolutely recognise that although some people will no doubt be very pleased with the announcements and some of the changes that have been made around parts of Broxtowe, there are other residents who still remain unclear about what happens next. We've been given a timescale of probably around 12 to 18 months for government to decide where those routes go next, and then we will have that ultimate certainty in terms of where those lines will go or not go. Really important that we engage with residents in the meantime. I don't know the answer because it's probably a national question around what compensation may or may not be available. That's something to take up with government, but I can assure you that I will take that up and make sure that we have that answer for local residents across Broxtowe and the wider area too.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. A call on Councillor Mike Adams, who has a question for Councillor Keith Gurley.
Thank you, Chairman.
I'll just, if you stop coughing. Question to the Chairman of Economic Development and Asset Management Committee. Is the Chairman of the Economic Development and Asset Management Committee aware of recent allegations in the media that this council is spending a ridiculous amount of taxpayers' money on vacant buildings? And would he please clarify the facts of the matter?
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Girling.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Before I do, I just want to be a little bit naughty with your indulgence. People, yeah, I'll try and be careful. People won't know that actually we've had an addition to the Armed Forces Champions team in that Councillor Henry is now one of our Armed Forces advocates. And I don't know how we got to this stage. I mean, what on earth can Councillor Henry bring to the advocates team? I've no idea, having served in the RAF, the 3rd Emergency Service. But I thought about it, and actually, whenever we go away, we'll get 5-star hotel ratings every time. So, but just on a serious note, Chairman, I'd like to welcome him. I think it's a great addition, and I look forward to working with you in making sure that our armed forces family within Nottinghamshire feel that we really do support them. Thanks for your indulgence, Chairman. Councillor Adams, thank you for your question. And I think if you cast your mind back to when this administration's first council meeting, Councillor Bradley stood up and talked about cooperation, working together, and we know you have to be opposition and we know you have to bring things up, and that's great, but actually about the openness and wanting to work with you. And so a bit of advice and an offer, if you like. If you want to do a story about something, about what this council's doing, and you want the facts, there's actually no need to go through freedom of information. Come to us, we'll tell you, and you can do your story. Yeah, so there's no need for that, just come to us. And actually, you might find out some facts that actually might change your mind. So that's just an offer to you. As a service, move out of buildings, it is necessary for the council to manage vacated buildings safely for the benefit of the local communities that are located in, and to safeguard our assets while we either seek to repurpose or dispose of the buildings. Members will be aware that in the past we have experienced serious fires at empty properties at the former Ralston Drive depot and at the Grove. When this happens, not only does this have a significant impact on the assets of the county council, and significant funds need to be spent in making the buildings safe or demolishing them in their entirety, but they also have a profound impact on the communities in terms of health, well-being caused by the incident itself. To ensure that we manage our vacant buildings as safely as possible, effectively from the 1st of August 2020, we commissioned ARC to undertake their management to ensure consistency of approach. This has been welcomed by our insurers. The buildings have been risk assessed, security alarms and monitored. This does come at a cost, but is necessary to ensure our assets and communities are kept safe. Furthermore, by employing ARC, there are economies of scale, and I can ensure this council that it gets the best possible price for these services. This process is then managed through our commissioning process with ARC, with regular written reports and meetings, and access to their 24-hour cover arrangements to deal with any incidents. I understand that a recent article on this matter described 37 buildings incurring security and maintenance costs to the value of £425,599 in the last year, and the number of empty properties being managed now sits at 32. You will note that I referred in my response that the article that followed my appointment in May 2021, I ordered a review of all the council's properties and how they could be best handled going forward. I am pleased to announce that through working with officers, there are plans in place for nearly all of the 37 properties referenced to in the article, which was the number at the time, but by now it's 32. Over the next year, the plan for each of these properties will be as follows. 2 of the properties are soon to be demolished. 15 of the properties are caretakers' properties at schools. Due to the location of these in around school sites, they are not all easy to repurpose and need to be dealt with sensitively. We are working with Gedling Borough Council to lease 3 of the 15 and exploring options to house families in need of accommodation in others. 4 are under consideration for other county council strategic priorities, and 7 are in our disposal programme and are either on the market or will be on the market in the new year. The remaining 4 are all subject to an ongoing work to bring back into beneficial use or demolished. The onus is clearly on us to ensure that we minimise the number of vacant buildings, vacant buildings we have, and that this can be achieved through making quick decisions on whether buildings can be reused or whether they should be demolished or disposed of. This administration and the previous administration has had an active demolition programme, removing properties beyond their economic life, and the recent report to my EDAM committee on the Invest in Knots programme highlighted the ongoing review of a wider property estate and its alignment to disposal programme. We continue to constantly review the status and future of our empty properties, and I remain committed to ensure that they are kept safe while empty and are repurposed, demolished or disposed of. And my committee will continue to oversee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Girling. Councillor Adams, do you have a supplementary? No, thank you. Councillor Fold, do you want to put your second question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay. So, question to Ben. As work is progressing to make the full business case for a Freeport in the East Midlands, what is being done to guarantee that there will be real benefit to the people in Nottinghamshire, including more decent, well-paid and secure jobs and a thriving, sustainable local business sector based in this county?
Thank you, Councillor Fold. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Fold. I should start by making clear the Developing East Midlands Freeport full business case isn't entirely with our gift as a county council, but it's a joint effort with partners across local government and in business. It's actually Leicestershire County Council who are the accountable body for it. But with that said, members and officers from this council have been very active throughout the development of the Freeport business case at both stages, which demonstrates the scale of the job opportunities that will be created in the region. This work alongside wider projects at Ratcliffe-on-Soar, at Towton, the wider East Midlands Airport area that we are progressing through the DevCo will deliver 84,000 jobs and 4.8 billion in economic uplift. Of particular importance to the Freeport business case is the provision of proper training to ensure that these jobs benefit local people and their communities. This includes the establishment of local skills academies, ensuring that residents don't miss out. We're developing better skills education in coalfield communities like Ashfield and Mansfield is a passion of mine anyway, as many will know. I'm keen to ensure that young people, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds, are able to take advantage of these opportunities. A key part of the business case has been to ensure that the economic uplift looks beyond the establishment of the Freeport itself into things like construction jobs, and that develops the long-term prospects that will give our region consistent growth over many years. It's expected that the end users of the Freeport will be major high-value companies in manufacturing and energy production sectors with suitably high-value jobs to match, which return wages and salaries to local people. But finally, Chairman, the establishment of a Freeport at East Midlands Airport will allow our region to benefit even further from continued growth of the airport's freight operation, which is the largest pure freight airport in the UK, which in turn makes the local supply chain more efficient. That will, of course, benefit all companies in the region, but will be especially important to small and medium-sized businesses who don't have the same scale to soak up larger costs that larger companies might have. Independently of that, in talks with the Manchester Airport Group, who run East Midlands Airport, they have said to me that their growth of that airport and the continuation, even in some cases of that airport, is dependent on this economic growth and the work that we are doing around the airport and around that part of the region. All told, this is a fantastic opportunity for our region. I'm certain that employees and owners of local businesses in particular will be much better off having the UK's only inland free port on their doorstep. It works in tandem with our wider projects that we've been selling to government for the last few months, including the DevCo, which could in the end form the governance of the free port. There are also the plans for Toton, which sit under the DevCo, and obviously we have these integrated rail plan announcements which join the whole lot of it together. It's almost like there is a plan that we are working to, but we're progressing well. The date for publication of that full business case is the end of January, and we continue to make progress on the wider package.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. The next question... Oh, sorry, I'm jumping ahead of myself. Do you have a supplementary, Kate?
Yes, thank you. Okay. I understand it's not in our gift, and I'm sure you're lobbying very hard for this, Ben, and also in the value of training. But my real big concern is that the Freeport would just end up as a top-down private sector project with very little democratic accountability. I know you mentioned that just a minute ago. I'm yet to be convinced that there will be local democratic and transparent accountability, where the main benefits will go to the big business outside the county and not SMEs inside it. That's my concern. So my second question is, what are we doing as a council to ensure that the voices of local people and the trade unions across the whole of the county are heard during this crucial stage of development where you've got a real opportunity to shape this?
Thank you, Councillor Fole. An important point. I think one of the things we've discussed around the Freeport throughout the process has been the governance. What does the governance look like, not only of the Freeport, but of that wider package? How do we make the most of that in terms of public benefit? That's clearly our role in terms of that partnership, public-private sector partnership, is to make sure that there is significant public good at the end of this. That comes in things like the transport packages that sit around it, comes in things like job creation, and also comes in the democratic kind of driving and delivery of this. That's a live conversation about what that practically looks like. I mentioned in my opening statement that there is a reasonable chance that the Development Corporation will form part of the governance of the Freeport. All of that folds into our devolution conversation, because that is a big part of the answer to who runs the Development Corporation and the Freeport. All of those things are very interlinked, and when we have the answer to one, the others will all fall into place. We're still talking to government about that. Personally, I would like to see the democratic oversight of those things fall within our devolution settlement on whatever scale that looks like. That's something to be discussed and debated with the Freeport Board as much as everybody, but that's a very live topic of conversation. I'm confident that officers who've been involved in it have made a really strong case for the benefits that we'd like to see out of it, but in terms of precise details of governance, that's all likely to come together over the next few months.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Apologies for that slip-up, Kate. Question 7 has been withdrawn. Question 8, Councillor Henshaw to the Leader. Oh, yes, of course. So the next one is number 9, which is Councillor Steve Carr.
I didn't think I'd get to my question this quick. Question to the Chairman of Children and Young People's Committee. Beeston North with Lenton Abbey Children's Centre building and services 100% funded by Nottinghamshire County Council. It provides a valuable service for many of the most vulnerable families in my division. Will Nottinghamshire County Council agree to protect the budget and services for all children's centres in Nottinghamshire, including Beeston North and Lenton Abbey Children's Centre, until at least 2025, so they can remain open in their current locations?
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Taylor to respond.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Carr, for your question. I notice that there's an Independent Alliance motion later on the agenda today asking for similar reassurance about the future of Nottinghamshire's 60 libraries, even though this Conservative Council has already fiercely protected all of its libraries, and there are no grounds to suggest that that commitment will change. This question appears to be hinting at a threat to the Children's Centre services in Nottinghamshire, including specifically Beeston North and Lenton Abbey. Again, despite the fact that this council has an excellent record of protecting such services, especially compared with many other local authorities. I believe perhaps your concerns may be based on current proposals recently in the news by Nottingham City Council to close a number of their children's centres, but I can confirm that the Beeston North and Lenton Abbey Children's Centre building and service is 100% funded by this county council. We are not reliant on any city council funding. So if, Councillor Carr, you're asking me whether we are committed to properly funding and protecting the services that we provide to children and families across Nottinghamshire, including in his area, then absolutely we are. That doesn't mean, however, that we guarantee to continue delivering services in exactly the same way forever. Frankly, that would be a foolish promise for any administration to make, because we always have a duty to examine new and innovative ways to improve the effectiveness of service delivery, more particularly to ensure the best outcomes for those families who need our help the most. Nothing in the world of adult social care or children's services provision stands still, and nor should it, because the demands facing us are changing all the time, and there are often new funds and opportunities available which we should always seek to explore. We're moving towards the development of family hubs in Nottinghamshire, and there are plans to reshape early help services to enable Nottinghamshire to develop these hubs with partners. This means families will be able to access a range of support to meet their needs through family hub networks, which will provide virtual and face-to-face support using a mixture of outreach work, home visiting and community-based provision. Family hubs will continue to provide early help services for expectant parents and families with children under the age of 5 in line with our Best Start strategy. If Councillor Carr or indeed any other councillor or member of the public wants to learn more about family hubs, they can visit the National Centre for Family Hubs website, www.nationalcentreforfamilyhubs.org.uk. I'll provide that separately after the meeting if it's wanted. Yeah, except to you. And see for themselves why many local authorities are looking to modernise their service in this way. This is a national direction of travel. So far, the Treasury has provided a £34 million transformation fund to support family hubs opening in 12 areas, and £82 million was pledged in the spending review to support the rollout of hubs in 75 areas. On the 2nd of November, the Children and Families Minister, Will Quince, addressed the National Centre for Family Hubs. He said, and I quote, "At their simplest, Family Hub is where families with children of all ages know they can get help and support. They may go to a building or they may access that help online, or it could be a mix of the two. The exact service offer will vary from place to place, as it should, to reflect the needs of the local population, but it will have a great Start for Life offer for parents, carers and babies at its core." Of course, this in itself is not a new idea. We have had family services, family support units and children's centres for many years. But the Family Hub model builds on what we have learned, what local councils and professionals have learned, and what families have told us all about how to give them the very best support we can and the support that they deserve. This is summarised in 3 principles that characterise and define family hubs: access, connections, and relationships. Will Quince's statement also highlighted the range of government departments who are promoting the development of family hubs, so this is a truly coordinated and cross-cutting project anchored upon the Family Hubs unit created by the Department for Education. In the Local Government Chronicle, the Minister stated that family hubs should build on the existing children's centre model to support greater numbers of families. He said that whilst the Children's Centre model promoted by the last Labour government was only from children from 0 to 5, family hubs will be for the whole family. And just to clarify, the intention is that they should be for children from 0 to 19. The Anna Freud National Centre for Children and Families is also supporting the initiative by leading the National Centre for Family Hubs, which supports best practice. Will Quince has however stated that ultimately family hubs will be for local authorities to deliver. He said that we want them to be creative, innovative and really push the boundaries as to what a family hub model could deliver. I don't want to be overly prescriptive. I will make absolutely clear my expectation is as to what a family hub must be and must deliver, but if local authorities want to go further, I would absolutely encourage that. So, Chairman, we're looking closely at how this new opportunity can benefit Nottinghamshire families, including those in Beeston North and Lenton Abbey. This may well involve modernising and delivering services a little differently in future to what we do at present, but the aim will always be to achieve the best outcomes for children and families across Nottinghamshire. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Do you have a supplementary?
No, I think that was very comprehensive, Chair. Thank you.
Then call upon Councillor Anne Callaghan to put her question.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Nottinghamshire County Council commissioned the Small Steps service to support families of young children where there is often no formal diagnosis of autistic spectrum disorder or attention deficit disorder, but where behaviours may be indicative or characteristic of these conditions. Many of these children are struggling, both at home and in school, and experience several school exclusions due to displaying extremely challenging behaviours. Do you believe that it is acceptable that many of these children are waiting up to 2 years for an appointment to this service, and when they get that appointment, they are very often waiting for 10 months for an intervention? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I understand
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott is responding on behalf of Councillor Taylor.
Oh, has that not come on? Thank you, Councillor Callaghan, for your question, which I take from a public health perspective. To be clear, Nottingham and Nottinghamshire Clinical Commissioning Group commissioned the provider, Family Action, to deliver the Small Step service. Nottinghamshire County Council are not the responsible commissioner for the Small Step service. The service is commissioned to provide additional support as part of the support and diagnostic pathway for autistic spectrum disorder, ASD, which you've alluded to, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, the ADHD. When commissioning of the service transferred to the CCG in June 2020, funding increased by a third to address increasing demand. The CCG is aware that waiting times for assessment and interventions are not acceptable and is working with Family Action and system partners to urgently address this, with the CCG investing additional non-recurrent funding to reduce waiting times. So it's a no. A waiting time improvement trajectory is being agreed between the CCG and the Family Action with the aim to reduce waiting times to achieve contractual standards during 2022. Support is provided to families awaiting assessment, including access to the Providers Helpline, workshops and evidence-based parenting courses. The Children's Integrated Commissioning Hub, hosted by Public Health, working on behalf and with the CCG to ensure improvements in health outcomes for children and young people. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Do you have a supplementary?
Yes, Mr Chairman. So, part of the Small Steps process for all parents is that they are required to attend a parenting programme. However, many of these parents have been through the system once before with an older sibling who has received a diagnosis. We know there is often a genetic link. Why then are these parents being asked to repeat the process with a younger sibling? Is this a tick box exercise, or is it a delaying tactic for a service?
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. Thank you for your supplementary. As I've said, further assurances about the actions for the CCG and Family Action Group are taken to improve the service. We can stress again that the CCG, not Nottinghamshire County Council, are responsible for those measures. Therefore, the question should be directed to them. But we will, of course, monitor the situation ourselves and use the influence we have through our relationship with the CCG to seek the best outcomes for Notts residents. And we'll come back to you with every individual child, but I will liaise with Tracy and we can have that conversation. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Question 11, could I call on Councillor Francis Purdue-Horan to put his question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question to the Vice Chairman of Transport and Environment Committee. The Communities and Place Committee approved on the 1st of October 2020 that a new household waste recycling centre in Rushcliffe, near Cockgrave, be progressed towards a formal planning process. We are now over 12 months further on, nearly 14 months actually, and there has been no planning application submitted and no news on its current status. Would he be able to give an update on the situation and the reasons for the delay? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for your question. So the County Council's new administration is currently assessing its priorities to best use of the available capital funding and has therefore paused progress on the proposed recycling centre at Cockgrave pending the forthcoming implementation of the National Resources and Waste Strategy and the associated Environmental Act. This strategy and act will fundamentally change the type and the amount of waste collected at the curbside, and through the recycling centres and a report setting out a proposal to undertake a strategic review of the current network of centres in light of those changes and the lessons learned through the COVID-19 pandemic, will be considered by the Transport and Environment Committee early in 2022. Once that review is complete, further proposals to improve recycling in the county will be brought forward. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Would Councillor Adams agree with me that the Conservative group laid out their intention quite clearly when they forced the then Labour administration to defend their decision to close Langer, and the votes, 2 debates, and the votes were so close, if I recall, I think it might have been Councillor Allen in the chair who had to use a casting vote to close the tip in Langer in 2014 from 16. It became, Mr. Chairman, a key manifesto commitment in the following election in 2017 and was a key plank of my platform when I was elected in August 16. Mr. Chairman, would Councillor Adams agree with me that residents of Rushcliffe, and particularly in my division of Bingham East, have been extremely let down with firm promises in a manifesto that has clearly been abandoned? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdue-Horan. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I think just to really say to Councillor Purdue-Horan, I think the residents of Nottinghamshire would expect us to move with the times, and when changes happen in the national strategy on waste, they would expect us to not be in the background running behind, but in fact leading the curve. I think the key thing here is the answer is we're in a review period, like we've stated. We will ensure that future provision matches the National Resources and Waste Strategy, and as such, we will look to improve the provision across the county and not diminish it. This could include the creation of a waste recycling supercentres that would enable us to provide enhanced services from the best strategic locations from each area. But absolutely be clear, that will be in the best interest of Nottingham and in line with National Waste Strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. I call upon Councillor Lee Walters to ask his question.
Thank you, Chairman. This question is to the Chairman of Governance and Ethics. Does the Chairman agree that the council has a legal and moral duty to be transparent and beyond reproach.
Councillor Owen.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And can I thank Councillor Waters for his question? As far as I know, this is the only time that there's ever been a question to the Chairman of Governance and Ethics. And after you've listened to the answer, there'll probably not be another one in the foreseeable future. I cannot, though, but observe that a question on transparency couldn't be more opaque. The short answer clearly has got to be yes. I was tempted with saying no, and that would have mucked up your pre-prepared supplementary, but I thought I'd better not. But there is a fine balance to tread, Chairman. There are occasions when this council, its members, its employees, or the organisations we work with could be unfairly disadvantaged by being wholly transparent. For example, when considering complex legal or commercial matters or matters affected by the General Data Protection Regulations, a lack of sensitivity on such matters could leave this authority and the taxpayers who fund our services worse off. If Councillor Waters is fortunate enough to serve as a councillor for as long as I have, he'll probably have a bit more hair than me, but still, he will no doubt come across plenty of occasions where taking necessary precautions around the release of personal or commercially sensitive information serves the best long-term interests of the public. And to that end, I would draw your attention, Chairman, to the paragraph at the top of the excluded document where it says, by virtue of Schedule 12A, any disclosure of this report or a part of this report circulating information is possibly legally actionable by individuals or the council. So if I were to release information that I shouldn't be, or the council shouldn't be releasing, then I could end up in prison perhaps. Now, there are many who would say that's the best place for me, and many of them are sitting on my side of the house. Fundamentally, Chairman, officers and members of this council must abide by the 7 Nolan principles of public life. And I hope your supplementary isn't going to ask me to recite them off, 1 to 7, because I can only remember 6. These acknowledge that no individual, and therefore no local authority, is completely beyond reproach, not even me, and that we must therefore allow ourselves to be challenged, and as a result be open to change. This is the nature of the democratic process. It places the duty on us as councillors to ensure that we have appropriate checks and balances in place to ensure that we are acting in the public interest to the best of our ability. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you. Well, I chair ethics at Ashfield District Council, so I won't ask you about the Nolan principles. Earlier today, members had been asked to vote if an item should be excluded from public debate. On the item, when I asked if legislation has or has allegedly been breached, can you give an example of a precedent set with another local authority, i.e. case law, for these matters to be discussed in private? This question could not be answered on the day during a debate. Later, a vote was taken and passed to discuss a very serious matter in private. I feel this was not transparent and not the best way to deal with the matter. What will the learnings be from today? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Owen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that supplementary question. The whole process was perfectly transparent. The monitoring officer says she hadn't got that information to hand and would research it and let you have it, and I don't think you can be any more transparent than that. I unfortunately don't have that information to hand, but I'll rely upon the monitoring officer providing that information. So I'm not clear where your argument lies as far as the lack of transparency is concerned. I think the whole issue has been perfectly transparent. You've disagreed with the way it has been dealt with and the vote that was taken, and that is fair enough. We talked about fine balance. I really don't want to go over the arguments again, Mr. Chairman, that we had a couple of hours ago. I don't think it's in any way profitable. We've been told again that HR will learn from what has happened by reviewing all of the recruitment procedures, and that will be undertaken. But you have to bear in mind that this is a very, very unusual set of circumstances. A very, very unusual set of circumstances. I've only known it happen once before, or something similar happened once before, in 40 years in public life. So it's not surprising that perhaps the officers responsible weren't aware, or the members weren't aware. But you've been given the assurance, we've been perfectly transparent, there will be learning, recruitment procedures will be modified to take account of what has happened during this particular set of circumstances and this particular interview and employment of a person. I don't think we can be any more transparent than that, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I just assure members that the 3 questions are not able to be put because of absence of members through reasons of illness or family issues will be given a written response? We move on then to the motions, and can I make members aware that the meeting will finish smartly at 5:30, because I know that lots of members have got other engagements and other meetings that they have to attend. We will require at the end of a motion 15 minutes for summing up and the vote. So at 5:15 I will curtail input into that motion, because I think we're probably not going to get through the whole list if we're sensible. It's just not going to happen, and a lot of these motions have been carried forward from previous meetings. So I would expect us to be brief and to the point, and hopefully we might even get through 2.
Can I point of order, Mr. Chairman, just briefly? I don't know if any of the other members were aware. Can I? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is in relation to Section 5, Paragraph 16, where the order of business can be varied at the discretion of the Chairman. And what we're asking is, if you've read Motion 8, yeah, I'm sure you can see that the seriousness of the problem at NUH. And there's more, I have reliable information from Councillor Welsh that there is more information coming in that strongly suggests the situation isn't actually improving. In fact, it's possibly getting worse. Time's actually critical here. So the request is actually to move Motion 8 to the top of the motions to be heard first. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I just... Mine's on a similar vein.
Steve, you had a...
Yeah, also following off that, I was going to ask for that to happen, but also because the point of view that on the local radio stations this morning driving in, this was the headline news that it was going to be debated here today, so it would be remiss if we didn't debate it.
Right. It has been the custom and practice on this authority to take motions in the order in which they are presented to the Council. I don't propose to be the first chairman to take motions out of order. I appreciate that there may be reasons that people want to move a motion forward, but what we are doing by doing that is disadvantaging all the other members of the council that have moved other motions, and therefore I will not exercise my discretion at this point, and I will move forward on altered motion 2 and call upon Councillor Penny Gowland.
Got another point of order from Councillor Payne.
Point of order, Councillor Payne, is it?
Point of order, Mr Chairman. Thank you for your ruling. The Constitution does actually have 2 provisions, and the monitoring officer should be able to confirm this. The chairman, of course, is allowed the right to vary the order of business of the council. You are also entitled as an elected member from the floor in a motion that doesn't require written notice to request the variation of order, change of order of business, which I think is precisely what Councillor Fole was doing, and I'm more than happy to second that motion. That, of course, then requires a vote in the chamber. It may conclude in the same way as your ruling, Mr Chairman, but that constitutional provision is there, and I think that's what was being requested, and I'm happy to second it. And it's there, I think it's subsection G under motions not requiring prior written notice.
Can I ask the Chief Executive just to clarify that?
Yes, Councillor Payne. You wouldn't have said it if you had researched it, would you? So, indeed, that provision is in the Constitution. But can I just check, because you cited a different provision in the Constitution, Councillor Fole, that you would be happy to move a motion not requiring prior written notice to that effect, that we change the agenda order, and that Councillor Payne has already said that he would be happy to second it. Okay, so we have to debate it. Yeah?
We're just wasting time on procedure.
We have to debate it. Okay, so these go straight to the vote. So all those in favour.
Thank you. Clarification on that issue. There's no debate on a motion of this nature. We just go straight to the vote. So the proposal is to move motion 8 up to the start of the motion list, and we have a proposer and seconder. All those in favour?
Okay. Against, please.
Have you counted?
Yeah.
Matt?
Yeah.
Oh, no, didn't count. Sorry, we'll have to count again. We're not.
But it's not an issue that we can control either.
Anthony, I can't have it because I don't vote for it. Because
You're voting for it, are you?
why? Because I'm chairman of scrutiny.
Oh.
Chairman, can I interject? Just considering this, I'm very conscious in the start of it that some of these have been hung over for a long, long time, hence my reticence to just change it. But if members feel very strongly that this needs to happen, as I say, I'm conscious we debated this in health scrutiny yesterday. It's not something we're not talking about as a result. But if members feel very strongly that it should change, then I'm more than happy for it to change. So I recognise some of my own members would like for that to happen. So I'm happy to support it. All right.
We can get very technical about this, or we can just assume that that motion is now carried and we're changing the order. Are people happy to do that, so we save time and get on with it?
Point of order, Anthony. Point of order. Hang on.
We've got 20 minutes.
I've got a motion here. It's very important. The nutritional crisis.
Okay.
And people are only getting bigger by the day.
Thank you, Councillor
It's
Doddy.
just as important.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, we must take the vote again, please. Sit down.
Okay.
All those in favour of moving that motion?
All in favour of moving motion 8 to the top of the agenda? We've got 20 minutes to discuss it now.
It'll come back.
Against? Not enough.
Okay, carried, yeah. Just say it's carried.
Any abstentions? 5. 5. It's carried. It's carried, so we move on to...
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor.
Point of order, Chair.
Oh.
Can we guarantee that the motion on nutrition is the first motion in January? Huh? It will be. It will be. So I want the same support from you that we give to you for this. Councillor Welch, are you listening to me? Are we going to get the same support? No. Councillor Pringle. Your support. All right then. First motion in January, nutritional motion.
Councillor Duddy.
Can't do that from the floor.
Can you sit down, please?
You can't do that from the floor.
Thank you.
Can I just say thank you? Just say thank you.
Right. Councillor Walsh to move the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, do you wish me to read out the motion as it stands as well, or can we go straight into... I go straight into it. I rise today with regards to a motion regarding NUH maternity services. I've spent some time publicly talking about what has affected me and the poor care that I had, and the fact that my life and my baby's life was put in danger at NUH. You can tell by the way I'm talking that I still find it quite difficult to talk about. I'm not going to talk about my own experiences today, but I will shortly read you a letter from a father that was affected. But if we just get to the crux of the problem, because we don't have very long time to debate this. There have been investigations and research from outside of the hospital, inside of the hospital, if that makes sense, which has said that dozens of babies have died or been left with brain damage at the maternity services, which is accused of bad care and neglect. Evidence has been found of poor care of both mothers and babies, and of repeated failures to investigate deaths of babies in NUH's maternity units in the Queen Medical Centre and Nottingham City Hospital. There were also failures to refer deaths to the coroner and poor record keeping. This has actually resulted in 201 claims between 2010 and 2020, of which 84 have been settled. There were 6 claims that were just under 14.5 million was paid out. So I want to talk about the bit that most concerns me. NUH took it upon itself to create a brand new category that does not exist in any other hospital in this country. So when a baby died or was injured, or a mother died and was injured, some of these were put within this category. When they were put within this category, this meant, according to the NHS own criteria that they had invented, it did not have to be investigated, and therefore didn't have to be reported, and was therefore never included any data and was not reported to the government. That in itself is shocking. There are babies and mothers that have had serious things happen to them and loss of life in NUH where the situation has never, ever been investigated. On top of that, when parents have walked out of the hospital, tragically sometimes without their baby, sometimes with their baby, they've had to battle and battle and battle to get it investigated. What a number of court cases have proven, including the Winters case, is that NUH acted unlawfully in that categorisation and what they did. A CQC report recently at NUH Maternity Services has deemed the service inadequate. I just want to read you a short letter from one of the fathers as to what happened to them. Now, this letter here, it's not very nice to hear, it's not very nice what happened to this person, but this is not an isolated case. I receive phone calls and emails every single day since I've put my head above that parapet about the terrible things that have happened in the care of NUH and how parents are constantly having to battle to get their case investigated so they have the answers to know what happened to their children and to their babies. It is horrendous. It is absolutely horrendous and it is scandalous. So, this is a letter from Mr. Winters, whose baby tragically died in the care of NUH, and it was proven within a court of law that it was unnecessary and shouldn't happen, and it should have been reported, and it wasn't. Dear councillors, I'm the father of a baby girl who died just 23 minutes after she was born on the 15th of September 2009 at Queen's Medical Centre, Nottinghamshire. I'm reaching out to you to support a motion calling for a public inquiry into the maternity crisis at Nottingham University Hospitals. A coroner's inquest established that my daughter's death was avoidable and contributed to by gross failings and neglect. However, the inquest left our family with more and more questions than answers. How were things allowed to get this bad? Surely someone knew how bad things were. Why had senior bosses ignored warnings some years earlier raised by staff working on the maternity units? And why did those staff and senior leadership fail to hold patient safety in sufficient high regard? Yet this inquest very nearly didn't happen. The Trust did not provide the full notes to the coroner at the time of referral and signed off her death as expected. And this is what I'm talking about with regards to a category. This is what the coroner have to say about it. The referral itself expressed that the death was expected. And as a result, there has been no review performed by the rapid response clinician for unexpected paediatric deaths. The detail within the body of the report made no reference to any of the failings that have become apparent throughout the inquest, and indeed would have been apparent upon scrutiny of the CCG and medical cause of death. The effect of this would have meant that the death being registered without the investigation. We, like so many families, still have questions, and these questions cannot be answered by simply looking at data within a thematic review. We believe there will be families in Nottinghamshire who were told that their baby's death unharmed or baby and mother was just one of those things. I'll go to the last bit. I mentioned that my daughter lived for 23 minutes. Those were not minutes that she spent in the comfort of her parents' arms, but 23 minutes of me as a father powerless to help my own daughter. In those 23 minutes, I prayed to every God that I could think of. I remember my daughter being placed in my arms. I remember the warmth of her as I held her. Had this all been a bad dream? I was then told that there was nothing more that could be done for her. I sat in silence, just holding my daughter close and looking at her beautiful face. I remember my wife asking me if our daughter was okay, and in that moment, I had to shatter her dreams too. I just looked and shook my head and said, no, I'm sorry. That same night, I stayed with my wife and my daughter's body within the use of the hospital cold cot. As a father, he was offered, I'm going to say this with my own words because no offence to Gary, but I think this needs to be expressed in a different way. As a father who had just undergone hours and days of the most horrendous experience, and his daughter had just died after 23 minutes, was told by the hospital trust that they weren't prepared to feed him even though it was late at night. He'd gone a substantial amount of time without any food. In addition to that, in the room that they put him in, they didn't even offer him a chair to sleep on or a blanket to put round him. So on the night that he slept with his daughter dead in the cold cot next to him. He slept on a window ledge with his coat over him. This is, again, not an isolated case, and it is not the way to treat people that have been through the most horrendous situation. I could go on and talk about the emotive side, and I know that that can sometimes be really difficult to hear for everybody. I can talk about my own experience where there was a time when I was lying there and they couldn't find a CTG machine to measure my baby's heartbeat, and I didn't know whether my baby was dead or alive because they couldn't find a machine that worked. I shouldn't have had an emergency C-section in the first place, but when I phoned up the midwife to say that my contractions had started, she told me that I didn't know what I was on about because it was my first child. But the reality of the situation and the severity of the situation, the magnitude of the situation keeps getting bigger. And I wouldn't actually be standing here if I didn't think right here and in my head that if there's not a public inquiry at the university hospitals in Nottingham, more women and more babies will suffer. And they are suffering. NUH have admitted that this is not just historical. They've admitted that this is still happening
Councillor Welsh,
today.
you have 50 seconds left.
Right, 50 seconds, okay, to get you to do this motion. So I'll possibly end by saying this motion is in mine and Penny Gowland, Councillor Gowland's names, but actually this has come from the families. They have tried extensively to get a public inquiry into what has happened, and they've had to go over and relive and relive and relive the grief and the upset over and over again to help other families. They're brave and courageous, and I would ask you all here today to consider the fact that instances happened at NUH that were not reported correctly, and subsequently poor care and babies have been left in a situation where damage was done, irreparable damage, where babies have passed away, where mothers and fathers, after it happened, have been treated in the most appalling way.
Your
so
time,
please,
your time is up. You've had over 10 minutes now. This is a plea for all of you to support this motion today. You have a real opportunity to support the future health of women and babies in Nottinghamshire. Thank you. Councillor Penny Gowland to second the motion.
I second the motion, and
Thank you. We are aware of an amendment that has been tabled. It has been checked by the monitoring officer, I believe. Yep. So if I could ask Councillor Saddington to put forward the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. Of course, this is a very, very serious situation at NUH. But, Chairman, in a moment, I wish to circulate and move a friendly and up-to-date amendment to the motion, which is printed in the Council book. Let me emphasise straight away that Councillor Barney and I agree in principle with the conclusions drawn by Councillors Welsh and Gowland, and for the most part with the actions they recommend. But I'm just going to let you read this, and then I'm going to come back to tell you what the current situation is.
Steve wants one.
It's all right, I can share.
Steve, there you go.
Has everybody had a chance to see it? Right. So, in fact, as Chairman of the Health and Scrutiny Committee, I had already written to the Secretary of State on November the 8th this year, and here's the letter, expressing views virtually identical to those expressed in the motion before us. I appreciate that Councillors Welsh and Gowland would not have seen this letter at the time they composed this motion. The clerk to the Health Scrutiny Committee has since copied it to members of the committee, and I pulled no punches in my assessment of the failures of the maternity services at Nottingham University Hospitals. My amendment to this motion is primarily intended to acknowledge that the desired letter to the Secretary of State has already been written and sent on November the 8th. The amendment also confirms that Councillor Barney and myself had the opportunity to meet the Secretary of State in person, where we handed him a hard copy of the letter, reiterated our concerns, and the reason for giving him another letter was in case the one we posted had been mislaid. There is no party political difference or disagreement between Conservative and Labour members on this matter, as far as I am aware, and neither should party politics play any role in the work of the Health Scrutiny Committee. This is such an important issue. I too receive letters every day. They are heart-rending. They are really heart-rending. I could not agree more with the first two paragraphs of the motion and have duly left them unchanged. I do propose a slightly more cautious form of words for the opening sentence of paragraph 3, because it would be one of the duties of the public inquiry we are requesting to determine why these services are failing and to what extent they may have been hidden. I was forwarded this week an email from Nottingham University Hospitals Trust providing the latest update on the independent review of Nottingham University Hospital maternity services, which has been jointly commissioned by the Nottingham and Nottinghamshire CCG and the Midlands regional team of NHS England. The email referred to the motion being discussed today, and the attached update report stated that the review will start its detailed work this month and is expected to be completed by the end of 2022. The report also stated that more than 50 families have contacted the review team via email to indicate a wish to engage or not with the review process and explain the measures being put in place to hear their views. This is all well and good, but I think the motion before us today is correct to point out that NUH has had several years to improve the service and have failed to date. So while I welcome any attempt by the Trust to listen to the families and learn lessons through their review, this does not change my view that a public inquiry is now necessary. The motion in the Council book concludes by stating that Secretary of State should meet with the Health Scrutiny Committee and families affected regarding the maternity services. I think we need to be realistic about the workload of the Secretary of State himself, which makes it unlikely that he would personally attend such a meeting. But I note that when we handed our letter to the Secretary of State, he assured us that he would ask the Minister of State at the Department of Health and Social Care to take up this matter. I therefore suggest that we ask the Secretary of State or their nominee to meet with myself or Councillor Barney and keep things perfectly transparent with a member of the opposition groups, so we can discuss the issues raised by the families and establish what action can be taken to address their concerns. I think there is a board agreement about what we're seeking to achieve, and I will now ask officers to, well, they've circulated the amendment because we've done that. So I hope we can all agree on it. It brings matters up to date as they stand at the moment because the letter has gone to London. And Nottinghamshire County Council should indeed be extremely disturbed that the maternity services at Nottingham University Hospitals have been deemed inadequate, and we must do everything in our power to ensure this situation does not continue and there is appropriate redress to the families affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Could I call upon Councillor Matt Barney to second the amendment?
Yes, I second the amendment, and I'd just like to also say a few words, if that's okay, in my capacity as Vice Chairman of the Health Scrutiny Committee, but also as a father of four. These words are personal and from my heart as well. But I'd like to assure the Chamber that the Health Scrutiny Committee have taken this collectively on a non-political basis, this issue extremely seriously. When I was elected 6 months ago, I had no idea that I'd be asked to stand and represent the Health Scrutiny Committee along with Chairman Sue Saddington. And it's been a delight and a privilege to do that and to work on a completely unpolitical basis, a non-political basis, championing the needs of the residents of Nottinghamshire and most acutely these poor parents who have suffered so tremendously in the things that have gone on, and as Councillor Walsh has alluded to, over a considerable time frame. But I think it's absolutely vitally important that these issues are not politicised. We are talking about the most sensitive and difficult, heart-rending, terrible circumstances, and what is important is that the proper action is taken. And I'm delighted that the Health Scrutiny Committee collectively and unanimously have stepped forward and have sought, it was actually, I'd like to give Councillor, and I've just said her name incorrectly so I won't say it again, but it was Councillor Welsh's recommendation that we take this to a public inquiry, and I'm thrilled that the committee have taken that response collectively, and we have been able to do that. And so as such, I just stand here and say, together, let's support these parents, let's get behind the work we've done as a committee in having already taken this proposal to the Secretary of State. I thank the Secretary of State, who was very welcoming of Sue and I in handing this letter over, and he was very receptive to the fact that we did so out of the heartfelt need of the whole committee in representing the needs of these parents across Nottinghamshire. I also just would like to highlight that I take no joy, and I know the committee doesn't, in the things that are going on at NUH. This committee, our committee, the Health Scrutiny Committee, are for the National Health Services of Nottinghamshire. And we have met with the midwives, several staff members in that unit and doctors. And we see the day-to-day work that they do, the fighting through COVID times to keep the services running. And we just want to say we stand behind them. But change needs to come, and the committee stand behind that change. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barney. Councillor Welsh, are you prepared to accept that amendment?
May I just ask a few questions on it? Does it have to be via an adjournment? The reason I need to ask the questions is, sorry, I'm not standing, is the fact that the motion was done in collaboration with families, and therefore I would just need to ask a few questions.
Do you want a 5-minute adjournment,
yes,
Councillor
Welsh? Yes, would that be possible, Chairman?
Yes,
Thank
by all
you.
means. We'll adjourn for 5 minutes. I, at my discretion, will extend the agenda by 10 minutes, but no further, because I know people have got arrangements that they're committed to and have to leave. Can we all take our seats, please? Right. Councillor Welch, are you prepared to accept the amendment?
Not quite in its entirety. I think Councillor Bradley is just going to make some minor suggestions towards it. It's very, very minor. I don't think we need to write it in and hand it all around or anything like that. Yeah.
I'm more than happy to explain it, Chairman. I think the only change that needs to be made is just to, in the final paragraph, to ask the Secretary of State for Health or their nominee to meet with the Chairman and representatives of the Health Scrutiny Committee and discuss. So to remove and Vice Chairman and change to and representatives, just to make that slightly more flexible, perhaps in order so that Councillor Welsh might attend as well.
So as well, and it's going in Michelle and Penny's name, yeah?
Right. With that change in wording, are you now happy to accept that as a substantive motion?
Yes, Chairman, and can I just say thank you for allowing me to speak and debate on this. It's really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, you therefore, as the mover of the motion, I'll give you 2 minutes to sum up, if you wish to sum up, and then we will move to the vote.
Really quickly then, just really want to say thank you on behalf of the families, because this is what's happened today, and your support will actually have a profound effect on how they move forward with regards to this. It's really significant. I'm afraid to say that in the forthcoming weeks, more things will be coming out with regards to this situation. So I think the fact that we've had the opportunity for me to speak today and you're having the opportunity to vote on this motion is a good thing for all of us and a good thing for Nottinghamshire County Council. So I just want to thank the Chairman and everyone for the support today. I won't go into it anymore. I'm finding it, if I'm quite honest, I'm finding it all quite emotionally quite difficult, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Welsh. And we therefore are moving to the vote. All those in favour of the amended motion? That is unanimously carried. Thank you. And we are finishing not too much after time after all. So thank you for your perseverance.